All right. Let's see. So I did manage to get a commercial scene in, or not commercial scene, just a something for streaming to help me out with that one. Let's just go with this one, refresh and bring that up. There we go. So if I click this, then we'll go to AFK, which I'll only do for 10 seconds. All right. Now, where I left off with in the game, I still have to wait for it to refresh or reconnect. So cleaning up all the space in here did not fix everything. The scene still has a lot of things going on, and I'm not entirely sure what's going on with there. We dropped from about 16 seconds down to 13 seconds, it would seem. But part of the process of this involved losing some of the data that was here. So there was something here. I'm not entirely sure what. I think it was a huge building. But then why is this building here if that other one was here? Okay, anyway, things were reset. Oh, and also this part of the world. Does it still have everything? Okay, it does. But I need to start repairing this and getting everything back to the setup that it was. I can still drive around in this. Is there anything missing from other places? It'd be nice if there were a button that I could press that would make all materials temporarily visible from both sides, whereas a lot of them are not set up that way. You can only see them from one side. That way I could just step outside of here and see what's missing. What areas can I see into the game? All right, but anyway, I know that these are here, so let's start adding these. Okay, I've got a drop off over here. So also got lots of overlap. What's going on with this one? Delete. Good, that cleared up a bunch. What's this? You're way out there. And you're a city block. Let's get you down to around here. Now I have to make sure that that edge is really... Oh, wait a second. V. There. Snapped in place. I've overlapped here. It's like I've got two different city blocks on the same spot. Maybe? Oh, it's just overlapped there. So put that one back. And then take this one, V, and let's snap this one down. There we go. Wider space inside. Next, we got this big building here. Yeah, we'll leave that one. And what about this big block? Not the whole thing. Just that and that. Now let's start filling in this space with some more objects. All right, so take this one, Control D. And V. All right, that snapped that one in place. Now let's rotate this one. Reverse images of those two blocks. Now we'll take this one, Control D, and V. Oh, that's that same setup again. Okay. Well, then let's rotate it as well. R. Oh. All right. Can I grab another city block? What's this one? Just trying to grab one of this. Oh, what are you doing? You should be dropped down. Let's see, we got a space over here, so let's go with V. There. Okay, wide spacing between the segments. That works. And then I still got this section over here, so let's add another item. Control D. Where? I'll go with there. All right. V. I don't have any text messages up. I should get that set up and running. YouTube. YouTube Studio. Live. And go to this one. Oh, there's supposed to be a way for me to get the source in here. I'm going to drag this one over for now because I do want to get this in so I can get text messages to show up on the screen because I usually have the video feed up and I can see that much easier. Let's see. So add. Wasn't there something for like grabbing a web page? Not what I'm looking for. Okay. I don't see what I'm looking for. A scene inside of a scene. Oh, that I did not realize I could do that. That would be useful. Okay, cool. I'll come back to that later, but I don't have an answer for what I'm doing right now. All right, back to fixing this stuff. Wait the 13 seconds. So a lot of the problem, I think, is literally just the scene size, that there's so much going on here, but the meshes have been repaired as best I can tell. Let me go into here and yeah, these ones have direct references back to the meshes now. And a few of them that didn't exist were generated like this. The GUID that's here is also the CRC check. All right, let's take this one, Control D, and V from this end to over here. There. Now we got several segments over here. We have this large... What are you doing there? Let me get rid of you. Oh, we're missing that end piece now. All right, well, I'll move the end for where this one's supposed to be. Oh, that'll be interesting. So far the races are only set up where I can get from the starting point to the end point and see them. I have to be able to see the end from the start. I've also got stuff missing there and here. Okay, well, let's grab this one. Control D and V to move it. And what's this? Is this another spot missing? Or it's just off position? Let's fix that. Not what I meant. Better. Now, is this also off alignment? Yes, it is. V. Let me guess, that continues? No, it doesn't. That's the same building. Let's go over to that one and do Control D and V. Okay, so far that seems correct. That seems correct. And there's definitely the play on word for seams as I'm looking at the seams between the models, though it wasn't the intention. All right, I do like the idea of keeping some of these ones up there. What's going on with this section? All right, so let's start filling in this one. Control D, V. Control D and V. What's this piece doing? Buildings are supposed to overlap each other. Is there a flat piece of ground here in this environment? And I guess there's these. I'm going to select two of them at the same time. Yeah, I'll leave them. What a big flat spot of terrain. I feel like there's got to be something for that. What's this? That looks like it. Control D. And now let's snap. Now it's near the area. Okay, yeah, we got a flat spot of terrain. That's good. Okay, next I need the element to attach this to. So let's go V. There we go. All right, that looks more solid. Oh, what's this? That is not solid. All right. And part of that is because this building does not line up well. Now, how about the other side? All right, well, to begin with, I'm going to solve it by taking this building and just dropping it down a little bit. Same with this one. Actually, yeah, drop it down a little bit. There. Drop it down more a bit. Okay, cool. Now, anything else that I'm missing that's obvious? What's that? That one. That one's missing. All right, Control D. And V. And what are you doing? Can I just get rid of one of you? That's better. Now, what about over here? Let's get rid of two of you. Okay, we've got two pieces of city missing here. And here as well. There. All right, now let's resolve one area. What have we got over here? Can't fix everything. Well, probably can, but that's not my focus. Control D, let's duplicate this. And let's move it down. V. All right, let's patch that up one more time. Control D again. V. Cool. Now I've got this patch down here to take care of, which should have a section right about there. Control D, move that over, and V. It also lets these sections make an interesting part of the design. Cool. Still have a lot of overlap here. How about they take this one and try it? So I don't care too much about the overlap at this point in time for efficiency. because this is not the efficient version of the game. But I do care a little bit more about the fact that these textures are showing up and overlapping. Can I get rid of that one? And what about this? All right, this one. No. Okay, it's got that section right there that overlaps from this building. All right, we'll just get rid of that. Okay, got a bunch of buildings here. Closest one is this one. I can get rid of that. Hmm. Now let's see what else I can get rid of. Try this one. That one embeds itself a lot more, so let's delete it. There. Keep centering around the same spot, so that's going to do the same thing. This one I'm guessing does the exact same one because it's probably the same piece. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to delete that one, and let's grab an adjacent piece like this one. Okay, a little bit of overlap. See if that can be resolved. Cool. That one looks better. Actually, can I go all the way around on this one? Or was this part of the problem over here? That one's good. Now, what about scale? Okay, this allows more overlap with the pieces up here. Overlap in a good way. Arm. Looks better. That's a centered piece, isn't it? Yes, it is. Delete. Or, no, put that back. Select that one too. Swap these. Still got overlap. Let's get rid of this cube. That worked better. All right, a lot of overlap down here. Get rid of this one. Whoa, no, just that piece. And wait a second, what is... And this one. Let's grab this corner element. Okay, we still have some overlap there. Let's take just this one. That's a lot better. All right, now over here, I've got inverted building fragments. because I've got a city here. Delete. Oh, did that just wipe that whole spot out? Okay, that seems good. Yeah, so I was using this inside of Linux, and when I closed down Linux, it apparently didn't shut down the environment correctly, or the environment appeared to shut down correctly, but it ended up screwing up several of the items in the file system. Oh, I shut down the environment, but I still had Unity running when that happened. So Linux didn't close Unity, or Unity didn't have a proper closing setup to capture Fedora 44 Linux being cleaned out. Let's get rid of that one. All right, now we have a drop through. Let's grab this and Control D. There we go. Now we're going to go with this V. Better. What are you doing? All right, well, let's just take this one and adjust its height just a little. There. Or a little. There. Okay, any other sections? What's this? This is a floating city block. Goodbye. And down here. Ooh, some kind of alert. I don't think I have any meetings today. All right, this is looking a lot more stable. Like, I'm sure there's other pieces, and it's probably time for me to move on. Like, find another one. Yeah, that didn't work. Okay, that's good. All right, save it all. All right, those are all up. We don't need that one. All right, save this. What's this? Trying to draw functions. Okay, that's not an issue. Now, commit this one before I forget anything. Git add dot. Caps lock is on. Git add dot. Git commit -m environment cleanup after file system damage. So this is not just the file system damage issue. Second issue was the performance on the scene for how long it takes it to reload, even though nothing happened. Because I think this is down to like 13 seconds now. I'd like if it actually started telling us the time before it reached 10 seconds. I have saved about 2 seconds off of it. Okay, now this track no longer makes sense. So I need to move that piece. Do we have snap on here? Snap. That'll do. Why don't we move it here? There. I'll take that one. Take snap off. Let's go to this object. Make sure we have the perspective. Oh, that's not a great spot for it. Okay, give me snap. That'll do. Ooh, why don't we put this one down here? That'll add a hint to the player to move to that area. Okay, I like that. There we go. Now let's put the alignment, highlight. Not race end, I need the race start. This one. All right, camera view angle, Control Shift F. There we go. That sets up the camera view angle for looking at that spot from here. Save it, play. Now I also have spline code to start getting into place. As soon as I can get the spline model, then I get vents that I can travel through. That is pretty loud. Why is it? Oh, my audio is loud and my volume up. Let me guess. It has to reload. What's going on? All right. Whoa. All right, start race. That lets us see this race. Oh, nice. That race definitely gives us a good hint that there's something down here. Now, anything off about this setup? Not really. It has a slight overlap. I'm not too concerned about that yet. Oh, nice. The other cars can bump into each other. I don't even remember setting that up in the physics, or at least I didn't do it on purpose. No, I suppose I was part of it. What? Oh, did I lose? I lost something from this one. This is probably turned around. Let's go over to scene view. Where am I? I'm over here. What are all these parts doing over here? Okay, some of the trucks are moving, but these are just like cabooses and tractor or trailers that are just not following their trucks. Oh, that gives me a thought as to what might be happening then. All right, but let's check this object. Where is the drop-off point? Anchor? Yeah, this is turned around. Okay, so that's the front of it. If that's the front of it, I'm going to take this object. Let's go to the anchor and put the anchor in front. This is where the cubes are trying to get to. And so if the cubes can't reach this point or get close enough to this point, which is stuffed inside the wall, so they can't, then they fail. All right. I'll take this one. I don't have a drop-off depot point for this one. No, it's just saved individually. All right, and then I duplicated them. That's fine. In that case, then I need to set the parent. Zone A. Wait a minute. Was that showing up as... It should be showing up here. That should be down here somewhere. Oh, I hate that. I can't transfer an object out of a prefab very well. I can do that here. Let's cut it. Cut. Let me guess, it's not actually going to cut it because I left it before I pasted. Okay. And still that just shows up here. Cut, and why don't we just paste it here for the moment? Wait, what's selected right now? Just that top piece? Control X. Oh, Control C. We're going to copy it. And then not in zone A, but in Y minus. Control V. We're going to paste that in there. That's the correct spot for it. Now I can go into the depot. All right, into zone A. And remove the depot from there. Okay, and now that depot takes over. Now I take this one, zone A, and overrides apply all. Oh, I have a bunch of overrides to make sure I get back into there. Zone A cleaned up. You're supposed to be here. Much better. Okay, so that's Y minus. Now I need Y plus zone F. Overrides apply all. These are the transform changes and removals I just went through and made. ZY zone B overrides apply all. Z plus, why is zone C all the way at the bottom? Should be the first thing in this. All right. This one doesn't have an apply. Zone D overrides apply all. And zone X minus, which is zone E, overrides apply all. Okay, so what sections of the game do I have to take care of now? Oh, let's do a quick check on races. How are the race setups? Because I did have to remove buildings. So where are you pointing to? You go off that way. Okay, that's still connected. How about you? You connect to right there. That's still going to be visible by this camera angle. All right. Okay. We got one here. Where'd that just go? I guess these can be marked out in levels. All right, so over here, what do you connect to? You connect to that. That's still very visible. Where's this one connect to? It needs to be, it doesn't need to be visible to the next one from this side, only the other way and from some odd camera angle, like maybe that one. Hey, get back here. Snap is on. Turn snap off. Okay, that's probably where it gets its angle from. Now that's race start. What is the camera angle? All right. So put the camera angle right here. Control Shift F. Back to race start. And now we want to rotate that one around. There. Okay, so that one is very visible from that particular point. Hey, this was the bridge that went all the way across before, isn't it? Yeah, it is. But traffic here is now busted again, at least on that side. I'm upside down. Unity is so difficult to navigate this way. All right. This has no connection now. That should not be what's going on here. All right. Let's get rid of that piece, and now I need a cube. Are you a cube? Yes. Good. I'm going to borrow you. All right, V. Put it right there for now. How close is that to where we want? Not quite what I was aiming for. Oh, that's right, because it's not going to be. Now we're going to take the whole thing and just move this over a little bit. So we end up with a tiny fragment inside of there, but that's going to be really hard to see a camera angle that messes with it. So that one gets blocked off. That one gets blocked off. Okay, this gives us access around the waterway. save it, and now let's rebuild the traffic. Traffic designer, what traffic do you have? Settings? And this one's truck traffic. Let's not mess with truck traffic. That one's good. Procedural traffic. That's what I want to mess with. All right. Now we are going to generate the procedural traffic. Okay, 2.2 seconds. Let's clear all this stuff. Now let's attempt to bake. Okay, 0.175 seconds. This is a nice mode. What do I have this set to? Render distance. Let's shrink that back a bit. 1000. Cool. All right, and I baked that. Yeah, it's happy. Okay, no more traffic designer. Save that and let's try the game. Oh man, my gravity got thrown off. Okay, strafe. There. That one got accepted. Good. Okay, so I can accept credits again. Now let's drive around the world. Yeah, we're in smaller. What's that? Oh, ceiling. Got it. Looks like a dead end. Okay, the environmental reflections over here are kind of weird. The way the lighting shows up on this. Okay. If I'm driving at high speed, I'm generally low enough that I can travel under the rest of the traffic. Oh, I had this area smoothed off so that I could travel up that spot easily. I could put a small city block there. Well, actually, I've got the sides here. That's reasonable. What about down inside of this? Is that what's here? This water doesn't have a collider. Oh, it did. I just was able to break the boundaries. If I go slower, if I'm going faster, it corrects and catches itself. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I do have a break there. So if I travel along this edge here, then I'm technically inside the world, inside the boundaries of the physics. There. And now I can treat that like real physics. Okay, I suppose I'm going to have... No, the physics engine I'm doing doesn't have the same problem. All right, good. I was looking for this. We had some loss of space before to this spot. There may end up being a few floating cars where they're trying to get from point A to point B, and the grounds no longer line up. Yeah, like those trucks. Yeah, that's a nice spot. This would be a good area for a head-to-head race. Oh, that's a spot to break inside. This piece of the building overlaps here, and that allows me to enter the building, and at some point I will just leave, which I think just happened. Yeah, right there. And there's the overlap. All right, couple minor fixes. Traffic generally seems to be good, so let's save this. Traffic update. Git add. All right, we'll leave this one be. Now, the next two features that I was working on. So I still have to wait on this, but the levels are fixed. All the meshes are fixed for the environment. At least they seem to all be. So I have tunnels in general to fix and resolve. And I have the junkyard. I need the finder options to start showing up. There's one. Okay, finder operates differently than the regular map. So let me see if I can find a video. I had a video and I want to see what I did before. Okay, not there, not there. We're going to go bring this one over. Share, storage, personal portfolio, animations, knockout, vigilante. It's this area. It's got the ring. Okay. The ring was showing how it worked. Okay, this one has bubbles. So this is identifying that there's a CPU over there. And then as I get closer, it pushes that outside of the main ring. But as the center of focus, I want to keep this area of my view completely free. But now I can see exactly what's there. I think I'll try reproducing this effect in here. Actually, now I'm wishing all the videos that I saved included which version of the game I was on at the time. That would have been helpful. All right, most of them have the car. I know this would include a few extra textures, so I don't need to dig into the game so much. This one would have been before Metagravity, so it would have been before version 48. Well, not before I left Metagravity. All right, so let me try to find exactly where that one came from. F projects, and now we've got, it's not ECS. Let's try 46. What? Go away. Here I am in 46, assets, game. This has almost nothing. This can't be it. What do I have in scripts? Gridded snap, engine, environment. This was minimal. Okay, back to projects, not 41. World builder. Okay, let's take a look at backups then. Yeah. All right, LG, share, storage, projects old. Do I have Vigilante stuff in here? Vigilante Racer alone test, Speed Ninja. What? What is this one? This is actual VR Vigilante, or not VR. I just forgot what VR meant. It has now become synonymous with Vigilante Racer to me. Okay, Vigilante Visuals. That was the really pretty one. VR Swords, VR Alone test. I think that's what this one is. Okay, what else do I have? No. Because I know I saved it under a couple different names. I've also lost a whole bunch of them. Simple Racer. I need to check that. Oh, okay, yeah, this was Simple Racer. CPP. All right, it doesn't look like I'm finding what I was looking for. In this case, I will rebuild the effect. Actually, while I'm here, I've got, so do I have enough to push an update? I don't think so. I feel like I need another feature inside of it at least. suppose that could just be world updates. Oh, I reset the map. So if someone uses this for save data, let's take this one and uh, generate a new ID. There. That's now got a new distance. So where we go, that's all right. All right, so now I need to have something that stands out and glow. It doesn't need to glow. If I was trying to make it a way to make the object stand out inside of the environment, but if I've got a tracking system that can point it out to me, that's perfect. Okay, so let's get to this one. And what was I doing with this? I took a box and I added this glowing cube. Now this box is using a material that's broken. So let's instance. This is also using the instance. Why is this using the instance? Where's the material come from? The material's missing. That's why I can't do anything. All right, this is called box one. So let's do a search down here for box one. Nothing. Okay. Now, what do I have inside of this? Heavy station kit, base, prefabs, door. Oh, I'm missing most all of my stuff from this one. Yeah, that's right. I killed the asset for it. All right. In that case, let's put it back. So over here, where am I going to find that? Probably in this one. C drive, users, Dan Vi, app data, local. Yeah, it's Unity. All right. Unity. No. No, okay. Remote, not local, remote. Roaming. All right. Unity. All right. Asset store. Oh, which one was this? No. Okay, I should start doing a mass download and get all of these packages together. Editor extensions. Audio sound effects. No. 3D models, 3D characters. Should be environmental. Okay. Wait a minute. Why am I doing it this way? Let's just do search for heavy. Should be one of the immediate subfolders. This is doing a depth first search, which means it's going through all the items inside of it, trying to find which folder I want. This will actually take longer because it's got a whole lot of data to look through. Okay. Environmental sci-fi. Megacity. I think that's what I'm working with. 3D environments. No. No. Snaps. No. Did not mean to head out that far. Heavy station kit. There we go. All right, let's grab the heavy station kit and I guess the inside here. Copy. Now I need the actual game folder, which is over here. Except I have to wait the 15 seconds. All right. Well, let's get it started over here then. Fedora F2 projects, and now Vigilante 41. And over in here, assets, heavy station kit, and paste. All right, so within the game, we generally don't find items sitting around, except in junkyards. And no, I don't want to replace the existing files. Skip these ones. All right, back inside of here. Still taking its time. Okay, so now in order to, let's bring up a notepad. I feel like this should be inside of here, but the copying and importing process takes so long. Control KC. No. Why does the import still take forever? The world is massive. What if I start this on a smaller world size? What if I duplicate this and then get rid of a whole bunch of items? Okay. All right, let's see. This one is Vigilante VR. The feature I'm putting in is finding junk in a junkyard. Finding junk. UI bubbles. Highlight junk. Junk has to be in range. It has to have been seen. Recast line of sight. UI bubbles try to move near the target. Kept out of center of view. Draw line to target when bubble can't be on it. All right, back into here, let it load. I'm going to need to start working with UI in this one, which means I'm going to have to generate those images. I can skip that for now and just put text in there. This also suggests I'm going to need to start putting narrative in here because I'm going to need information being given to the user. Originally, I was going to have the mechanic Amara talk to us and basically say, "Hey, look at that! There's a computer or a CPU unit." I clicked away. Okay, if I'm going to build this with any practicality, I need to put this environment into a separate scene, and I'll start working on it there. All right, so let's duplicate this game view, Control Save, and now where's the scene? Scenes. Okay. What is all? Oh, that's Heavy Station Kit. We're going to Vigilante. I can leave the extracted models. Scene Sci-Fi Game View. There, just got rid of a whole bunch of stuff. And since everything generally matches up otherwise, then changes I make over here should work on the other one just fine too. The UI is not based on prefabs, which is fine for now. I'll have to rewire a couple elements of this. Objects in the scene will show what they are doing. So let's go to here. This is not going to be one of the objects. Delete. I didn't save it yet. No, save it. Okay, I'm hoping because it wasn't saved is why it took so long. I'm going to click away and then click back in. How much time are we going to take for the hold on section? Okay, holding on. It's going to be under 10 seconds. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm running into some potential power issues here. Okay, I think that was under, I wasn't paying attention at the end. All right, so, oh yeah, click back in because I wanted my focus to be in here. This scene is saved. Okay, let's just go make an empty scene and see if this is just a pure Unity issue without anything to do with the scenes. Going up to here, create scenes, scene. Okay, saved the scene, clicking away, clicking back in. The scene is empty. and it's still holding on. Why? So it did its first 10-second blip, then it came back and did another 10-second blip. It's like it's trying to check all the file states to see if anything changed, and it has a trouble doing. Oh, that's a possibility. And this was a recent thing after I switched the file system type. I'm willing to bet the file system that I have in here doesn't have the same ability to set hooks. And so it takes longer for changes to get identified. And if I were to put this back on an NTFS file system, Windows would be able to observe and pay attention to the file hooks easier. That's worth the test. Okay, close this, come back to here, close this. Vigilante 41. What have I got that's still NTFS? Installs, properties. What are you? You're NTFS and you have 260 gigs free. That'll do. This is going to take forever though. So let's go into Vigilante. Let's get rid of the library. Logs and object can also be removed. Delete. All right, cool. Now we're going to copy everything over from Vigilante 41. Let's do cut and let's put it on installs for now. New folder. Can't be done because the file's open in another program. Is it this one? The terminal actually held a copy to it. Okay, so I can't use the exact same setup I was using in Linux before. This is my Linux drive. I'm thinking it might be best just to kill it and then reset. Wait a minute. Oh, that's a boot disk. But exFAT, I bet that's the cause of this. So moving this over to an NTFS, I'm willing to bet there's probably a better chance Unity's going to be able to refresh my view easier. All right, now we're going to go over to here and locate. No. I don't want you starting a new one. What just happened? Did I cut and paste or did I copy and paste? Copied. So that means I should have a Unity copy starting. Editor project is closed. That's what the problem was. It's closed on my side as far as I can see. It's closed over there too. Fine, I'm going to add this from the new location. I was just going to relocate it. So now let's go over to this PC, installs, repos, Vigilante 41, go. Derepos. Interesting, it thinks the other one is 867 megs. And it acknowledges that this copy is 5.5 gigs. All right, so the section of code that I'm about to work on is that we need to find junk within the system. Do I still have that video up? No, I don't. Wait a second. VLC. All right, well, that's still loading. Let's bring up this side and go to stagnant. No, storage personal. Stagnant personal portfolio. Virtual Vigilante. This. All right, so I'm going to start working on this one. I couldn't find the code for it, but I still have a video, and that's highlighting where this is. If it gets close enough, that just outlines directly to it. But otherwise, it moves this space out of there so I can see where I'm driving. Feels like I should have a highlight on there to stand out around the object as well. I think it's fine without it. Okay, the other environment is still loading up. Where's Unity? There you are. Heavy station kit has to come out of it. That's going to take the whole time to rebuild the library. All right. So inside of this, I'm going to need UI over. Oh, I need to find out the point of the object, of the UI element compared to world space, and that's going to be based on the camera. Now, all it can do is move closer to it. So it needs to know where is the spot that it should be. And so the UI is going to try to move to that. But it's within the UI. Okay. So with this one, I create basically a point that exists inside of the UI, but is invisible. And then we have the line that comes into there. Now this line... Does A-line do this? Unity asset A-line. Draw screen. Can I just draw straight to the screen? In A-line for Unity, can I draw straight to the screen over the UI in 2D space? Okay. Let that search tool do a check for it. How are we on this? It's importing every individual item on this. What was this mesh? This was a piece of junk mesh that I made before. In that case, I'm going to go search blend files. Let's see what items I have on blend, because that might lead me to it. And it should be titled junk.blend or something junk or junk something.blend. All right, we'll go down to F drive, projects. Let's just do a search for star.blend. Some of the projects might be absolutely flooded with it, as some of the assets I'm pulling in from might just be Blender files. Okay, A-line is utility, yes. To draw over it, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so during the start, that doesn't help. What is it creating here? All right. And position, so we got those. Oh, but with the new UI system, I'm going to have to build this with the new UI system. I could cheat that. This could all be done in 3D worlds, in world space. And it would probably be easier. A 2D plane in front of the camera. It's transparent. Oh, no, it's just invisible. It's just an object that's there, but it's set to orient to the exact angle that I want. Then I start placing the other map icons around. An A-line will work perfectly for that. In that case, I've got a 3D space in the world. It's based on this plane, and then I define where on it. So the only thing that I need is not UI space. All right, A-line. If I'm doing this one, we've got the position that needs to show up inside of it, so. Oh, Unity's starting. We'll let that go. All right, now if I click back into it, I just started the environment, so I'm expecting it'll take a minute for it to still catch up and refresh. Oh, okay, that's good. Now let's head over into the real scene, the one that takes so much time, game scene. All right. Wait, this just loaded it up. That was almost instant. Okay, now let's go back for a second and leave this program just by moving over here. So I changed the focus, get rid of that, and then click back into it. Normally this is taking 13 to 15 seconds. Oh my God, wow, okay. That, oh, that was bad. Changing to the NTFS file system ended up causing this to speed up significantly over using an exFAT file system. And I'm willing to bet that that is the file hooks. Okay, I want to do a search. C# API to be notified if a file, if any file in a folder changes. Okay, file system watcher. All right, does C# file system watcher work from Unity? And work on exFAT? Or is it slower than if I were to use and TFS. It does work. However, exFAT does not have the change journal, so it would be less efficient. Yeah, noticeably less efficient in this case. Now, it could be something else, but that... I've been writing code to try to resolve this for a while. And now I find out that that's a file system issue. Okay, good to know. All right, those environments, yeah, everything looks good for how it's supposed to look anyway. Oh, now I need this stuff to start showing up with a line. Okay, now let's start setting up the camera. So main camera, we're going to go to here. Where are you? You're right there. Let's bring up a separate view with this. I'm going to pull this over for the time being to another window. Now I want to start putting some little objects into here. So we're going to go 3D object, quad. All right, this is going to be, I need some, put the logo in here for now. Do I have a logo material? So material, no. Let's create one. Create folder, create material, logo. All right, for the image, logo. I'm picking this one because I know it's transparent. And we want alpha clipping. Do I care about the alpha clipping? All right, let's also hide all the UI stuff. Where's UI? There. Okay, we've got quad. Let's move the quad away. Your rotational value, let's... Which way are you looking? Where's my camera view? Okay, it's looking the other direction. So let's go back to the quad, Control Z, put that back to 0, and move that the other way. Okay, so that gives me this. Now let's put the material on it. So where's our logo material? Right there. Oh, that's not what I was... That's not the logo? Okay, let's go back. Material. That is sort of the logo. That's the logo image that I'm using, headline image at the moment. So VR logo alpha. Okay, alpha clipping. This doesn't have alpha enabled, does it? No. Put that on, apply. Okay, there we go. We've got this one in there. Next, for the material, we're going to use an unlit. URP unlit. Cool. And now, by just having this object move around in space... Hey, where are you? Where'd the camera go? Oh, there. Now, by just having it move to along its local space, so I take this object and then I end up getting the world around it, and I can move across the X and Y, and it aligns to the camera. it also has a point where if we get too close to something else, it will overlap those, which I don't see a problem with that. Okay. Next, what's my next core target? I was doing the A lines to draw these. Oh, if I were to actually take its position, I have to figure out where that's going to be. How do I compare it? I'm basically just trying to invent a different way to approach this. Originally, I would want the object to show up directly over its raycast point. So in that case, I need to know when the raycast collides with this point, but I don't want that to be the case. All right, I think treating this like UI is going to work easier then. And then I just need the A line to be able to determine where else it's supposed to go. All right, so let's get rid of this one. That quad doesn't belong there. Let's go back to the UI and enable the UI. All right. Let's just set these to invisible for now. Hey, isn't that supposed to hide them? So I can't... It doesn't hide them in here. Okay. It just hides them in the environment here. All right, well, let's go ahead and create a new one. I suppose I can just put this outside of here. So let's go that. Just disable the parent item. And now let's produce another one. So right here, create empty, and we're going to call this UI. And what UI is this? UI junk finder. And we're going to need a UI narrative as well. All right, we'll start getting narrative elements in then. It's not going to be the full story. We'll just focus on getting some elements in for gameplay at the moment. Okay, we'll also add, yeah, just UI junk folder finder for now. Now drag this one out of there, add UI document. Yeah, I know. Now let's go find the UI documents. Let's drag this back in place. I don't need that view up anymore. All right, models, scenes, textures, materials, data. Is that here? No. UI. There we go. UI documents. Create UI toolkit, UI document, and we're going to call this one junk finder. All right, bring up the editor. Okay, view, fit viewport. That doesn't seem right. Oh, viewport size, no. I wanted to fit this. What's that doing? It just took 15 seconds to load up package manager? Okay. Let's disable package manager for now, so I don't accidentally go back to that. All right, we will leave this one as is. Viewport. $100. Okay, now items to be able to show up in here, I need textures. Well, I need to pick an item that's actually going to show up in the scene first. So let's go over into the scene. Let's scene and there. Let's head into the junk world. Okay, we'll get rid of that object. Now let's go pick a different one. That one is in heavy station kit base prefabs, and in this case they can look like whatever. They don't have to stand out in the environment themselves. We have a helper UI. Okay, so in that case, props, it's not barrel. Oh, where's my materials? That one looks good. Displays. All right, we're gonna go over to Unreal, no, URP, and in this case, lit. It's probably going to be equipment that holds the items I'm looking for. All right, now what about these objects? Okay, they definitely have UI, they definitely have their textures, so we're going to leave that alone. Doors. Unreal. Unlit. No, lit. Okay. Let me expand that out. Glass red. Maybe transparency. Transparent. Green and dark. Set these to transparent, and that might just show up through the material use. If it's transparent, I'm going to turn the receive shadows off. I think. Okay. Let's just trust that that one's done. Equipment. This is probably the stuff that I'm looking for. This will go over to URP. Lit. Okay. Happy with that one. Props. Oh, it does have its own section for props. URP and lit. All right. So technically that one should be available now. Okay, let's go down to props. Barrel. This is missing most of its textures. Okay, where's my mesh? Show up. Props. Inside of here, where is this one? So albedo doesn't have anything. So that's, which one were you using? Here's the normal from B2 props. Plural. Now, which material do I want to use? That's metallic. It's normal. I don't want to use preview. E. Okay, let's take one of these props. Let's go with box and properties. Okay, so I've got this one up, and that way I can watch what's happening. Let's also pick tank properties. All right, both of these use V2 props 1 for its material. And now over back to the material. Get rid of that one. And now V2 props 1, this one. Repair the material. Let's try this one, see what that does. Oh, that's not bad. In fact, kind of gives it more of that dead vibe. That might work out really well. Okay, slightly more color. Let's check this one for albedo. Okay, yeah, these are just different colors that show up inside of here. There was a different set that I was working with before that I thought stood out nicer. Okay, I'll just go with that. You were using B2 props 1 as well. Okay, gray box, gray box. Sure, looks good to me. All right, these look like good junk props. Now, what other props do we have? Go over to here. No, I need the actual prefab. Prefab. Stairs support. Props. Okay, so those things definitely show up there, but I thought I had this other computer box in here, but I can't find it right now. Support? No, it's literally supports for like frames and stuff, or like construction supports. Top-down walls, ZZ Light now. Pipeline, partitions, ladders, hexapenta rooms, floors, equipment. Let's expand out equipment. Oh, this is the box that I was using. Okay, which one do we have? We're going to open this one up. Properties. And let's get rid of the two that we had. Okay, let's also take a look at some of these other ones. No, no. Honestly, the barrels are probably a good prop to include as well, so I will include those. So let's keep, not that one. Actually, that's not bad. Open properties. All right, but for now, we're looking at this material, which has this element over here. That's for equipment, and let's put in the default. Okay. And that glowing texture that it's using inside of it, there's a child object inside of here. Or wait a second, that's not even the child object, is it? No, this material, that view, that screen that I'm seeing on the display, that's not part of this material. That's another material. Okay, but these two objects, this is going to be the junk that I'm finding. Let's drag these over. Get them out of here so that I can still see them. Time check. It's almost noon. What is this view? Oh yeah, I'm in the junk. That's why everything looks messed up in here. All right, now let's bring those prefabs up. I'm going to need to generate them myself. So let's see. That's box 1, Control D, and we're going to move that up to our own prefabs. A nice option on here would be to be able to right-click on an object and have it send a copy up to my own. Okay, no. Keep going. Prefabs. There we go. Expand out the prefabs. Is that this one? Car. This one. Good. Junk dash box. Okay. And the other one was part of what? It was equipment props. So materials, no. Props, no. Prefabs. Equipment props and that type. Honestly, both of those seem pretty nice. Okay. For now, let's just go with this one. Control D, and now we're going to cut this one. Prefabs, paste it. Hey. I accidentally hit Control C when I was on it last time. I don't need that second tier of prefabs. Control X. Control V. All right, junk dash CPU. Okay, I need a picture of both. Print screen. All right, got that snapshot. Now let's get a picture of the other one. Prints. Escape. Junk box. Print screen. Got it. All right, now I need to get rid of the backgrounds. So let's do fill with, hey, where do I fill with transparent? There we go. Fill with transparent, tolerance. Let's try high. Nope. Lower tolerance. No. Oh, we've got a set color, so now we still had some overlap here. Okay, yeah, I'll just go with that for now. It's a larger picture, so the pixelation should disappear when it shrinks. Delete. Okay, so we've got these textures in here now. Next thing I need is the UI elements to match up with it. When one of these gets dropped in, it should automatically include the UI prefab to go into the main system. No. It should carry a piece of information that puts it into there. So we'll call it a scriptable object for now. Okay, now can I do a border on this? Let's also get rid of X. What's the size that we have here? 751 Let's do 751 by 751. Image, whatever, we'll leave this in there. Now I need these two images to start showing up in the game, which is now over here, installs repos Vigilante 41, assets, V41, textures, and now let's put junk box icon, and this one is Control S, same spot, yay, junk CPU icon. Wait a minute. Oh, that's wrong. Control S. We want to save this one to junk box icon. Save and overwrite. Yes. Is that cool? That fixed both. All right. Get rid of that one. Now I'm going to need the junk box UI. Oh, it's on the new UI system too. I have not worked with this one enough. Let's figure it out. Okay, I can clear away all the extra stuff. Now let's place an extra CPU down here. What? Yeah, that's a little on the tiny side. I suppose I should actually have it do some sort of rendering between the object and what it's towing. That would show that these other trailer cars or cabooses are being towed by the truck. And then same thing with when I'm hauling junk for the car. The car should be able to show that too. That way we can actually see that we're hauling something. And I do like the idea that we create a chain of these. How do we emphasize a chain? Normally we press enter again, we press action again, and that drops the object. In this case, with the junk, I'm not so sure we want to drop it. Not until we get within range of something. But the freight has another purpose. You can use it to stack it and reshape the environment. What's down here? Oh, okay. Got it. All right. Now, the prefabs are way too small. Okay, so let's give it a new scale. Uh, 100. Okay, that's pretty big. I need that much smaller. Let's go with 20. 50. Okay, that's still pretty big. Let's shrink it down even more. Let's try 25. Okay, let's see what the size comparison feels like once I get the car over here. Oh, hey, junk placement. This one were perfect for having a, what was it, a snap. I need random rotation. Okay, now let's pop this off the top. We're going to offset the location Y up. Why is that not doing it? Oh, negative. I'm still not sure that's showing anything. What does offset do? Okay, let me check this because I think my code's broken. Yes, trust and open. I haven't opened the source code from this project location yet. All right, what do we got over here? Snap log, snap. Inside of this one, we have offset. Where does offset get used? Offset gets used here. Why is it only highlighting this one? Why doesn't it also highlight these ones? There we go. Now it's starting to highlight them all. Okay. Oh, it wasn't done with its serialization or its breaking down of the file to understand what it's looking at. So in this one, update grid. This only gets used with update grid. All right, well, we're going to use it for another one. All right, so we will also use it for this other stuff. So that's update grid, but we're going to choose another thing. In this case, we're setting its... Where do we set its position? I'm telling it to rotate. Where do we... Oh, position. We set the position. Got it. Okay. And then, so if we have it aligned position, we're going to take advantage of the offset for two possible options. So grid snap and this one operate basically the same way, where it, well, that's kind of what's going to happen. So now we're going to take it's transform dot translate. And in this case, space dot relative to should be local. So we're going to translate, and that's going to be offset, comma, and space self. Now back into the code. Somewhere Unity is back in here. Oh, it's still compiling. All right, there we go. Now, oh, no. I can't tell enough about this. I can only move the height away from the surface. I'm going to set a separate float for this one, and we're going to use it differently. Okay, so now instead of offset, we're going to create public float away from surface equals 1 equals 0. So to begin with, it's 0, push away from surface. So now when we actually find an object, we're going to have it translate into h dot plus h dot point, no, h dot normal times this dot push away from surface. Okay. So this is not offset, it is grid offset. Now I'm not using that in any of this stuff from here. I'm not using grid based. However, this one I am. That helps guarantee that this shows up on top of the surface. Helps. Okay, so let's put it really far. Got it. Turn snap off for a second. Yeah, that's floating well above the surface. And now let's go bring it down to 3. And turn this back on. That needs to be higher than 3. That's better. That's because the bottom, it's aligned from the bottom. All right, cool. Whatever. Turn snap off. That seems reasonable when I first come in. Oh, I can't see it there. It does have to be moved. Okay, now for the car test. This is just to be able to see it and make sure that the object actually shows up where I'm expecting it. The UIs, none of the UIs showed up. That's interesting. Without the UI show up, the game works anyway. So hard to see until I'm like right there. Oh, look at the size of this compared to the car. No wonder why the meter differences stood out so much. This area of the world is huge. It felt smaller. That's right. Those are supposed to be buildings and all sorts of crumbled stuff. Okay, so that size is still like a heck of a lot bigger. Oh, I should have left it there. Let me do a modification of that next to the car. All right, let's go to scene view and F. No, where's the car? Okay, now we're going to select this junk, and its scale size is currently 10. Let's try 2 by 2. Yeah, this is really tiny. Snap. Okay, but we're looking at 2s. Okay, so scale size of 2 by 2 by 2. Control S. Snap. This one's going to be 2 over. If it's floating above the ground, I don't care. Actually, let's do a different one. Let's make that 1 for now. Okay, now play. No, snap. Oh, wrong one. 1. There we go. Cool. Now let's override this one. Apply all. Okay, so scale of 2. So its size was actually reasonable. Oh yeah, I don't want that one. There, much better. Get rid of the snap. Okay, we're going to need the UI. This is kind of a choppy display. What's going on here? Why is this so messed up for size? Okay, we're in the junkyard. Let's go for environment. Let's create empty environment. Put that one up at the top. I suppose that should be debris, not junk, since junk actually holds a meaning inside of this. All right, and now the junk system needs to be there. It's one of the elements. Oh, let's just create a parent. Create empty junk. We're going to drag that over here. There we go. Do I have another car sitting in here somewhere? I do. Let's get rid of that. Okay, now the next item that I should have is that as soon as this comes up, it should show up inside of the inspector. I need a scriptable. Okay, so where's this? Scripts. Over here we have UI. It's technically for the UI stuff, but it's still scriptable data. Create folder data. Now, what do we have in the way of scripts for this stuff? Truck connector, systems. Do I have any systems in here? No. Snap is utility. Create folder IDE. Drag that one to IDE. Save game ref list. Let me guess, because I just moved snap over, nothing will remember where that script was. Oh, it did. Good. Excellent. All right. Next, we have baked traffic. No. Ref list system. This should be. How should that one be organized? It's like utility. But utility feels like a tool for Unity. So ref list is organizational, it's collections, it's replacements for list. Okay. Save game, what are you? Your data. Designer traffic data, same. This is scriptable, right? Yes. Okay, now the item that I needed was going to be inside of data. What was it? This was going to hold information about the junk. So let's go create. New mono behavior script, sure. We're going to call this junk definition. All right, we're going to change this out with scriptable. Now, we need to know a few pieces of information about this. I don't think this is going to be passed to a factory, so we don't need to generate it. Storing a reference to the mono behavior doesn't seem, or to the prefab doesn't seem useful. Information that would be useful is going to be the EUI. Yeah, the texture. So we need the texture. Should we have a name? For now, just the texture. Public float, public texture. What is this one? Icon. All right. Now, inside of here, we need to set an icon for it. Let's bring up this stuff and go to Font Awesome. Free collection. And now let's do a search for junk or garbage. Okay, we'll take this one. And print screen. Okay, now fill with transparent, and tolerance is going to be much higher. There we go. And save it. Textures, input buttons, new folder, IDE. This one is junk icon. All right, junk icon. Next, what do we have? UI junks finder. No, this script right there. Setting the icon, other, and let's go to junk icon, which is all white right now. Oh, it did correct it for this anyway. All right, data, we have settings, runtime, create folder, in-game. Game objects. Time, 12:25. All right, what have we got? Junk CPU. Create. I don't have any creation. I don't have a create asset on here. Create asset menu, and we will put this under Vigilante / new junk. Menu name, got it. We got multiple strings, they're optional, so that's menu. Didn't it just tell me that was in there? What am I missing? The point, or what am I missing in here? Wrong button. Yeah, all of them are optional, so I'm calling out the one that I want. It's lowercase menu, capital name. I need the argument name. What am I doing wrong? Okay, Let's just do a quick search for create asset menu reference. I've got something that I'm messing up in that one. No example. Create asset menu. Menu name equals. I thought I was treating it like a function. Menu name equals. Yeah, normally when you call a function name, which is pretty much how this is acting, it or how it looks like it's set up. But I guess this is treating it more like a new object. However, that lineup, the way that we have the parentheses in there, that doesn't follow the normal standard flow of C#. I wonder why they chose to do that and why it's only standing out to me now. Whatever. Texture icons. We got that information in there. Let's go back into Unity and game objects, right click, create Vigilante, new junk definition. This one's going to be called junk CPU. And we're going to create one more. Create Vigilante junk data. This one's going to be junk box. That's what it was called, right? Yeah, junk CPU, junk box. Oh, hello. Hello, X-Gamer. All right. Oh, how long ago was that? 12:20. That was 9 minutes ago. I am on top of looking at this stuff. And okay, that can go away. That can go away. There. All right, so texture on this one needs to be junk. Okay, junk, which one is this one? I'm in junk box icon. All right, now let's go create another one, junk CPU, and this one's also going to be junk CPU. Okay, we got the two elements that show up in this. Now I need a UI that's going to highlight this, and I need to be able to automatically expand the UI inside of here. Now, do UI elements allow for prefabs? Can I save, like drag one of these elements out to here? Suppose we're about to find out. Because these items are supposed to be floating. I do need to know. No, I get a point on the UI to indicate where it's showing up. And then I need my other elements to move over to that same point. So I'll be obtaining where that point is. In that case, I do just need, what is this, hierarchy? Visual element. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll just drag this one in here as a panel. We're going to name this one, let's see, visual name. Now, what is this one? This is icon point. Now, I don't have a line in here, so I'll have to see about using a line for that. Okay, so icon point, and now let's put an image in here. Image. Oh, that's already in there. All right, image. Now, for the time being, let's just put that texture inside of this and see what we get. So junk and CPU. All right. Now, the size of this element inside of icon point, we're going to set it to a specific size. So what do we have? Display position flex size. We're going to set its size to 100 by 100. All right. Now, how does this one sit inside of here? I don't want things to automatically align. Okay, so how does it align for itself? Its position is going to be absolute. There we go. Much better. So now, just by dragging it around, we get that icon to show up. Now, this is also... Can I set... There. I want to reset the scale. Do we have a scale in here? Because that texture is not quite the size and shape that I want. It's coming in and expecting it to go into a square size. I should just fix the original texture. Let's do that. I'll fix the original texture. Okay. Here, let's see, we have 750 by 750, so let's go image. Take this. Grab this stuff, and what's the size of this? Do it again. Oh, the icon covers up part of what it was. So I think that's supposed to be like 790. Okay. All right, this makes sense. So we're going to go with 855 by 855. Oh, in that case, I can just spread this out on the sides. No, I don't want to adjust that size. Okay, we'll shrink it down. Let's see how close this gets by just bringing it in here. Okay, that's definitely wider. It's 724. There. Save it. Which one was this? This was junk CPU. Save. Yes. And then the other one over here. What do we have? Reset our sizes. We can shrink this in. There and there. Okay, save it. Box. Save. Of course, by this point, it's 16 minutes after, but whatever. All right, so over here, we've got 2 images set. Those are saved. Return back to here. That should update this one's appearance. Okay, yeah, it's not stretched anymore. That looks more like the right size that I was expecting. It does need a circle or something to outline it, so let's make a ring that's going to show up on this one. Do I have a ring of any type? So let's add an image, another image. And now texture, do we have a ring? Circle. No, neither. All right, so a ring's easy to make. Let's go into Where's the editor? Oh, right there. File, new, image, create, expand the size. And now I need a shape. Guess we'll go with white for now. Outline of white. Yeah, white, because then I can cover it up. Oh, that's so hard to see. Okay, I do want the aspect ratio locked down. Can I do that? Okay, got it. I can do it this way. There, aspect ratio is locked. We've got the rest of the information inside of there. We do want the circles to show up, so I'm going to bring this stuff close. Okay, now for the final one. 208 by 208. Good. Now, save this one, and this one is going to be circle highlight. All right, now back into here. Texture. Where is circle highlight? Escape icon. Set to transparent. Apply. Okay, button BG minus icon. We also need this one. And where's the circle? Circle highlight. So all of these need their alpha. Apply. Excellent. Now for the second image. Where are you? We're going to set you to circle. All right. Scale just shrunk down. Scale to fit. No. Scale to fill. And this one should also be scale to fill. And both of their positions should be, they should overlap. So I don't want any flexing on. All right, position is going to become absolute. Got it, yes, thank you. And the position of the first one also shall be absolute. Okay, good. Now that sets the scaling to what we had there. So now let's go to size. We're going to set this to 100 by 100. And then same thing for the circle. 100 by 100. Okay, both items for their offsets, they need to be offset to about the halfway point, 50 pixels inside. So we're going to set their positions for both of these elements because I need them centered because we're going to be using lines to line them up with what exists in the world. Okay, so inside of this one, and you know what, that circle is pretty thin. I'm going to try widening it up and seeing if that helps. Okay, but over here we have image and image. I want both of these selected. I can't edit both at the same time. Fine. Position. Now we're going to set top to -50 and also left to -50. Okay, same for the circle. -50, -50. Okay, now let's give the circle a bit bigger of a size here. Let's go to -60 by -60. And then the size to 120 by 120. There. Okay, that definitely shows up. We've got a white ring on it, so I can change what its color is going to be. Oh, that's right. That was another field I was going to want, color. All right, save everything. Now with this one, all right, the first one is the junk icon. The second one is the ring. Okay, first objective of this is that I need this point to highlight and match up with the exact position out to where that object is going to exist. So now let's place this one into here. This is not actually displaying in here in... Yeah, this is only doing 1080 over in the Unity side, or in YouTube side. So no one can see the full resolution that I've got. And I don't want to work in 1080p on this. All right, I do want that circle to show up a little bit more though. So let's select the circle and increase the thickness. Oh, I like it that it does the thickness to the inside. So Control S, go back into here. Okay, that stands out more. That's much easier to see. All right, good. So let's also give it a color. Let's go over to our code for this one. Public color ring highlight color. Back over to this one. All right, let's do a search for how to affect this one in code. Okay, Unity UI toolkit, move UI element over object in the world. Okay, that gave me something pretty quick. I'm guessing this is a more common query. Okay, base color UI visual element base container. Yeah. What? No, that just moves the object. That's not at all what I'm looking for. Okay. Yes, you can move the elements at runtime. Move UI element to world game object position. On GitHub. Oh, okay, so rec transform utility, you tell it what camera, and you get the position. That's it? Okay, that makes it pretty easy. And then I need the position script around this to be moving the object towards that location, but it also has to be fighting against a force. Well, right now, this is the only thing that we need, that element. No, I don't want to copy that. But at least gives me the tools, the idea of how to do it. Where is my code? I now need a script to manage this, which I believe I have scripts in a UI folder. So over here, UI, there we go. Add. Well, let's just take one of the existing ones. Pause menu. Control CV. All right, the second one is going to be called mechanic. No, this is junk UI. Junk map. What's this? Service plan renewal. Junk. Any other alerts that are actually important? No. I don't get this. I get these junk call reminder things that just set notifications to me. But it doesn't include who it's for, and it doesn't include, there's no one that actually calls me at that time or anything related to that. It just pops up. There's like a way that people can send meeting reminders over over text messages that now show up inside of my phone. And so I get these junk ones like that, but it's not actually an ad that shows up. And I don't get it. Like, I don't get who's benefiting from it. It's like someone's just running a test program to try get that against a whole bunch of people. But why do that if you're not getting any real results? Okay, junk map. Yeah, sure. Okay. Now this is going to be junk map. All right, it wants the UI document. We got the button, but we need, it's not the image, and we don't need these. We don't need the input action references. Those can go away. We don't need game time. Okay, audio clips. Having an audio clip for when it appears would be a good idea. So let's keep an audio clip on here, and we want FX for that as well. That should be audio effects. I should change that one. We'll get to that. Okay, audio clip, UI, resume button clip. This is item visible clip. Okay, during the awake, we grab the observe. We also need an input on this one. We got a junk map. We're going to go public interface I junk map. So basically for the junk map, the only thing that's being used here is it's highlighting stuff. So other things have to notify this. So let's say I junk map. And then we need a void junk visible. Add junk. Okay, now inside of the system, junk doesn't move. As soon as we have it, it's there. And so I should be able to create an internal map by position only, and then remove that object by position as well. Okay. Where each junk gets an index within the array, and then I just don't delete stuff from the array. But then I still have to look items up at the end. Okay, so yeah, this is just highlight. So add junk. We do need to know the junk that it's going to add. So I do need a junk object in here as well. Let's go. Do I have a junk object? I do not. Let's create one. I'll go with truck car for now. No. Something easier, lighter, freight. Control CV. We're going to call this junk element. Okay, we got the junk element. Now I can get rid of all the extra junk inside of it. Okay, so public void awake. All right, locator dot observe I junk map. Map equals map dot. Oh, I suppose I could just short that one to one line. Map dot add junk. And that should be this. Okay, now go back over to this one, F12, and this one is going to be junk element, junk. Okay, now before we announce this to anything else, we have to make sure all the rest of the things are inside of here. So we're not doing anything with time because we don't pause time. All right, pause action clicked. We have nothing for that. We have no continue button, but we do need to look an item up, so I'll keep that there for a minute. We also have no input actions. That can go away. All right, so now we want to capture ourselves or announce ourselves. Locator dot observe. No, locator dot set iJunk map. This. But this one's not set as it, comma iJunk map. Okay, and I do want these other ones to hide when we pause, so I do need to know when the time gets paused. In this case, I suppose I should add a signal system to the world. Okay, yeah, this is definitely building up in systems, but that will make it the easiest because then I can ignore things easier. I don't have to control it as much. In that case, we have systems, and we're going to create a signal system. Add class interface. Signals should also be statically available at any time. Yeah, let's do that. All right, class interface, public, static, no, new class, and that's going to be signal. So the general idea of a signal system is that it basically is an event announcer. It just declares that something just happened, and usually that includes very little information. It's literally like a state has been entered. You can use this for whatever, but you can include data with it saying that new enemy has entered the world, and that's your basically your event signal, and then actually include a reference to that object. Now, only things that care about it will get this information, but it doesn't hold anything. So public, static, it just passes it on the instant that it can. All right, so public static class, and given the fact that it passes it on the instant that it can, that means we need to wait until the junk map is available, which is fine. We're using observables. And then we announce that that object is there. Okay. Static. The object that I was doing in this one is I want the pause system to have a signal to indicate that it is no longer paused. It is entering a pause state or stopping the pause state. All right, but inside of this one, we need to, what the heck? Is that on my glasses? Okay, well, whatever. I kept feeling like a hair hanging down here. All right. All right, so inside of this one, we need a private, private class, and this class is going to be generate signal data. Do I care to hold on to the information? Yeah, I suppose I do. Okay. Let's create public dictionary, private dictionary. This one needs to be type system.type, comma, and the actual reference it needs, this is going to be the object. Now, does it need to be an object? Yeah, might as well. I'll just use an object for this one. That's going to be the piece of information that gets transferred with it as the signal. So generically, it's not going to have anything, but we can just put basically a type. The type is going to be the announcer, so we can create empty interfaces that have 0 objects associated with it. And so we would end up with a null object when we announce it. So this is going to be signals, signal listeners. We don't need an object. It's not going to hold on to that piece of information. It only needs to hold on to the listeners. So listen. Action. And that's going to be T. Oh, I hate this one. We need just an action for now. That's all it is. System.action. So inside of a dictionary, I can't, even though I can put action on any of those, I can't have action to a generic type on it because it doesn't know what type that is. So I can't classify it. All right, the type could be a struct, and then an array of that struct or generic element of that struct is going to be treated differently than an object type. All right, so system.type, system.action, and these are going to be the events. Yeah, all right. Signals. Okay, public void set. Oh, listen for. And now in this one, we need to be able to get rid of and put signals back. But in order to do that, we have to obtain that information from it. So typically speaking on this one, I need a way to clear out the signal data, the listener for it. Do I? Yeah. Because if I create a new system, no. If I create something else that's listening for it, I need to be able to clear it out when the level exits. And this is not, if I want one for the editor, I'll create one for the editor, and that will be a different set of space, memory space. All right, public void listen for. And now in this one, I need a T and system.action callback. Okay, if something wants to erase it, it can go with that. This should have a state that clears it. I guess I should say for signals that no signal should be available until start. That way the awake system can get rid of that. And in that case, this is not going to be a static. This is going to be a public class signal system based on a mono behavior. Now, to find that piece of information, I am going to add it to the locator service. So since we've got this one, let's go listen for this. And it's not a void. We're going to be returning return system.action. We're going to return the action that it generates to wrap around it. System.action. That way something could get rid of its listener to the signal later on. The other way that I could deal with this is that I could have a list. I can have one list, and then I have a dictionary sitting on the other side. Okay, so for the signal system, if I do this one, let's go with public dictionary Is that what I want? I want a dictionary, and then with each one, I need to know the action that's associated with it, but it needs to be the action for the type, and I can't inherit. Can I treat action generic as action for this? I'm about to find out. Let's get rid of the public on here. This was always one of the areas with locator that it was, you can set it up nicely, but I almost always forget exactly how to do it because you're fighting with .NET on it. Okay, so now if I were to say signals.add, now if signals.contains key, and that's going to be type of T. Okay, so if the signal contains this one and heads back to it, then what do we need? Signals contains key. Public? No. All right, so what are we doing inside of here? We've already got the key. That means that we can ask for it from the signals. This isn't even set up to equal new. So in this case, signals, let's get this reference out of here now. Control X, var type equals that. So let's put in type here, make it a little more clear. Signals type, since I have to reuse it this way anyway, equals, no, plus equals. And in this case, it's the callback. It's not going to accept that, though. This is what the problem usually is. Okay, because this wants an action. Signals wants action, but that doesn't. Can I cast this? Like an explicit cast? As system.action. No, I cannot. It's unhappy with that conversion. So, yeah, I cannot express this type as this one. All right, so then the alternative is that we actually have to pass back the system action. So plus equals, and I need to now create an action. So var action equals, and that's going to call callback. It does need a value in here. So that one is object value. And that one's going to be t value. Equals new action. Object. Pass that in as the type. Okay, one more closing parentheses at the end, and there we go. Now that's going to be going to action, and for our stuff we have callback, so now we need to return action.method. No, this one's not right. Why? Pass in a list. Yeah, let's do it. I need to be able to add that as the action. Oh, it wants the value. So that one's going to be, it doesn't know value getting passed into this. It doesn't know it. So that's supposed to just be action. So what's the complaint on this part? Oh, got it. It's supposed to be just the method, but yeah, that one doesn't work here either. So I can't just set it that way. In that case, I am going to create this as a list. All right. List And forget this. This is going to be object. Cool. Okay. List object. And now inside of here, we've got this one. We can just do listen for, delete. Okay. Public void listen for. We don't need the information on what's coming back to it. Now, in this case, we're creating a new action, which is going to be passing in an object that's against type. Okay, so we need the signal. So we got the signal for the type. Now, because it has a type, we know it's got the list. So we're going to say signals dot type. Okay, now in this case, we have a list that we're holding on to. So that's going to be dot add. And now we're going to put in callback. Yeah, callback. Now it's not going to like it because it's not an object. Oh, because I have a capital B. There. Okay, that's it. It has no return type that it needs. Except we do need to return here. Technically we don't. The other option is down here. So if we already contain it, now if we don't, we're going to say, what is this one? Signals dot add, and inside of here we're going to add what type? Signals dot add new list T, because we got the T. No, list action. What am I treating this one as? It's a list of action T. I'm treating this as object up here. Object. All right, and the type is going to be type, comma, there. All right, so now we got the dictionary in there. And since I've got this one, let's just create the list now. Var list equals, and put the list in from this side, Control X list, and up here, paste it. Okay, now I can say we've got the list there, and we're also going to say list.add. What's next? We got list.add, and we need the first one in this one. So the object will be callback. Okay, so we're listening. We add this to the signals. Excellent. Okay. Now, public, it's not static, so the serializers will completely destroy and wipe out this data. Public void stop listening. Ignore. I'll call it ignore. And now I need the system callback for that as well. Let's just pass that information in there. Control C and there. So now in this case, we're going to say if we need the var type. So var type equals type of, and that's going to be T. Everything that uses it knows what type it's going to be for, so that's fine. I can use generics here for that. Now I need signals dot. No, I need to find the signal. So I find it. Do we have it? If signals dot contains key. What time is it? Okay, 1:11. Contains key. And what do we have? Callback. Oh, no. Contains key type. Okay, good. Then we've got that one. I'm going to put if it doesn't, then we're going to do an early exit. I always hate the exclamation. It always never feels like it makes it as clear as equals equals false. Like it's easier to see the false here than it is the exclamation at the beginning. All right, false. So now we have signals contains key. So now we need to find the actual item in the list. So we're going to say var list equals, and we'll get that from signals type. I suppose we could just change this to the name key. I'm going to do the same thing up here. Key. All right, so we get the signals. Now we say for each, not a for each, for int I equals 0. Oh, this should be a ref list. I could put it as a ref list. I have to make sure to clear out the ref list each time on this one. Ref list right now only holds structs. Whatever. I don't need it to maintain its sort order is the reason. So I can take the last item and embed it in the spot that I just erased. Well, let's just put the code in here then. Whatever. This is small. This only happens at like the point where a junk item leaves the mapping system. Or when a listener leaves it, that's even more rare. The listeners usually stay active. Okay, this is very uncommon. This will happen at scene unloading and scene loading. Okay, for I equals 0, I is less than, yeah, in this case, I don't care. I'll use a for each. I can't because I am going to remove something from a list. All right, for, and this is going to be list.length. Switch back to count because it's faster for some reason, and I don't know why. Oh, it does less safety checks, I think. All right, now for, so we got I equals 0 to this, and now we're going to check each one of them and say if, oh, I don't need that. I just need to remove, because in this case, the object that we're passing into it is literally the callback, which is what we're about to pass into it again. Okay, so we don't need a for, we're just going to say, I don't even need this. Delete. Get rid of that. Dot remove, and that's going to be callback. Removes the specific element. 10 times easier. Public void signal trigger. T. T value. All right, so now we're going to do the same check we did over here. Might as well just grab it, paste it back in. Okay, if it equals false, then we want to exit right away. So if we don't have this, oh, yeah, in this one that we're listening for, in this one, if it removes, then we're going to exit. If it doesn't contain the key, then we're going to get out of here. Exit. This just goes to return, and that line goes there. Much better. Okay, next on this one, if we don't have it, then there's nothing to announce, so we return. Okay, now we need to get the specific element from this one. We don't know which ones it's going to be, so we just need to get the list. Var, this will be happening more often, yeah, so we want the list. Var list equals signals dot signals type signals key. Okay, so var list signals key. We've got the list. Now we're going to go for each one. Inside of this one, we're not manipulating the list size as we're working with this one. So it is public. No. It is for each var li for, I'll do a for statement. And the upper is going to be list.length, which is count. Now signals dot, oh, I don't need signals anymore. For each member of this list, I'm going to treat this as, this is going to be system. I need to get the, oh, duh, I already know the type. So system.action t, and that's what we're pulling out of the list. So we're wrapping that in front of this. So system.action.t, and that's pulled from list I dot invoke. Or I can just do that. But I need the value. Okay, that's my complete system there, almost. One more thing, since I am doing this one as an observable, I need the awake state to pass it in. So private awake, private void awake. And now I need locator dot set, and this is going to be, let's put the signal system. Public interface. Hey, wait, can I extract interface? Refactor, extract interface, same file as the source code. We want listen for, ignore, and trigger. Next. Perfect. Okay. And we're going to call this one iSignal. iSet iSignal. This. Okay, that puts it in there on awake. And that's it for the code now. Now for the system that's going to use it. We've got junk definition, we've got junk map. So on junk map, we've got iJunk map. We're going to add to the junk. We need to know that it's there. So junk definition is going to announce this one. Oh, not junk definition. I need junk element. There we go. So observe, we get the iJunk map. We don't need a signal here. It was actually for the pause menu. We needed to know whether or not we were paused and to hide and show that object state based on it. Okay, so inside of there, we're going to go to the pause menu. Pause is being held here. Do I have anything that is holding the time? No, I have a system time in here, don't I? Systems. Game time. Okay, I have no alert that happens here. So let's create a couple of alerts. Public, or a couple of signals. Public interface, I paused signal. No, just put them up here. Public, it knows that there will never be it has a rule in here to always put these brackets on the next line. Can I just do that? No. Get rid of those. Put a semicolon. I can't get rid of this. No, just Control C. Thank you. Finally. Okay. I paused. I unpaused. Get rid of this stuff. That one's in there. And now when the pause state gets called, we are going to say we need we can just announce it freely at the time. Let's hold a reference to this one. Okay, so here we go. Public, private. What is the signal? Signal. Signal. Okay, so now during the awake, we set this one, but before we set this one, we're going to go get the signal system. So locator.get, locator.observe. Signal s, and that's going to be this.signal equals s. Okay. There, now we are observing that. We've got the signal in there, so now we can say on pause, we set the time scale to 0, and we don't need to pass in this object. This will just be an interface with nothing. All right, so time, where is this one? Signal dot trigger, and I want to trigger an I paused signal. No. And given that, I'm going to create a duplicate trigger function. So let's do this one, Control CVV, and that's where we pass in nothing. Now this is going to assume where T is nullable. Let's create a duplicate, Control. Has no T being passed in. We're going to just guarantee null gets called. Now, null, it doesn't like that because we can't guarantee that T is going to be a nullable type. So we need to say where T colon class. Wait, what? Nullable. Okay. Was it new? Oh, I forgot the code for this one. All right. C# generic. What is this one? T, where T is nullable. Where T is instance. Class type. Where the value of T can be null. That might tell me what I need. Okay, that might also. Blah, blah, blah. So yes, we got this one. We return null if it doesn't have it. They're running into the issue. Oh, where T is null. It's an I thing or new. I would assume that I thing is actually based on a class. No, it's an interface. Well, whatever. Yeah, interfaces can be on. All right. Because I need the other side to actually include it as well. So I guess it's not too big of a deal. All right, we're going to put this one here, and then in this one, we're going to put in default T. But I don't want it to be anything. I want it to be null if possible. And that's not going to be null. No. Okay, I do want null. Return default to default T. No, if you're happy to restrict T to where T class. Okay, so that's got to be the type. Where T colon class. That's what I thought it was anyway. No, I tried a different one first, didn't I? Okay, but I'm still getting a complaint here. The constraint for this method, T, and this one, I could be passing a struct of data over. So we're triggering this type. We're not passing a value in. Okay. I'm not finding the information quickly enough, but this is an oddity, and I do want to find a solution, so I'm going to ask an AI at this moment. See if it comes up with something. Not happy. T. Okay. Enter. Compiler. All right, time is 1:30. Ah, I've got it. I don't want deep think. Just do. Stop. Search if you need to. What? Stop. I turned off deep think. A X. No, but I don't want a list of specific types. Two separate trigger methods. Clear it. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Parameter. What's parameter? Oh, I pass in null myself here. Okay. So where T is class, it still expects me to pass in the parameter type, pass in the value. This one, I pass in nothing. Okay. But that's expecting the action that I call to also be nothing. So I don't like this one. That one doesn't work for me. All right, so it's a minor annoyance, I guess. I'll just have to deal with it. Keep this method out. I'm sure there's a way to solve this one. I'm just not going to take any more time with it for this point. Let's go back over to the code that's going to be using this one. I get rid of that, delete. Now, junk map. Oh, hold on. Game time. There should be another trigger here, control trigger, and that is when we continue, and we're going to send out the I unpaused signal. Okay, cool. And the only difference is it has null getting passed into it. Fine. Okay, so time now has that. Next, just define, no. Junk map. All right, now we're going to put in an observable. So locator dot observable. The type that I need is I signal. Private I signal. Can I just set signal this way? Goes straight into signal. No. Equals S. There we go. Locator dot observe. Oh yeah, and once it hooks into there, I do actually need a function call from this one. You might as well set them up here. Now we've got signal. I don't need the full thing. I just need to get them announced here. Okay, let's call this lowercase signal. All right, now signal dot listen for I paused signal, and that one needs to call IDY. And this one we're just going to call hide UI. I don't care to erase this. This is static for the entire game. Additionally, we need one more. Signal dot listen for I unpaused menu. And this one is going to be show UI. Right, so if we are paused, we're not going to be doing this one. Now, hide UI does not mess with time, but we are making sure that the document is hidden. So pause action, there is no pause action. Nothing calls this anymore. Add junk. Now we got the add junk function. All right, so we've got the basic UI elements in. We've got what decides whether or not this should be visible. The observer, we observe this. We also set the values. Setting that should be the last thing that we do in here. Cool. Now it's looking for continue button right now, which we don't actually have anymore. Instead, I need image. I need image for icon. And I need public image coloring. Okay, the names on these are junk icon. All right, and the other one is just ring. Time check 1:40. My heat turned off. All right, next. So we got the continue button, we got junk button, we got ring. Cool. Junk icon. And this one is going to be searching for an image. That's going to be continue button. Oh, I do need the root type. This one is different. That's icon point. All right. Which means that this information is not it. I'm using this one as a prefab. So I need the prefab. Private visual element icon prefab. Public list. And now I need information that's going to hold all these pieces together. So let's go with the class, public class. What is this one? Junk monitor. And this is for visible junk. I'll just keep them all active at the same time for now. There's going to be a lot more in the game. I suppose sending out a blip with the player's location would be a good signal to have in here too. Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so in this case, we've got junk monitor, and junk monitor needs to contain some information inside of here. What does it contain? We need to hold on to the visual element, public visual element, junk. We need the public, what is the element type? The junk definition. Element. And we also need to hold on to the actual junk element. Junk. Of course, visual element and junk element confuses the word element. Visual element. UI element. UI instance. Okay, so now that we've got that one, we also need one more item in here, and that is public list and junk monitor list. All right. So anytime that we get that, we need to instantiate a copy of the visual element icon prefab. So during the awake, I need to gather those elements right away. I need to gather what that is. So it's not the junk icon. I need the visual element icon prefab. So icon prefab equals UI document. No. Yes. Okay, so we got the junk icon, we got the icon prefab. I'm not going to be using that one here. I'm not using that one here. I can get rid of it. Could have just replaced it, parts I needed. Okay, so this one is not taking an image, it's taking a visual element, and the element's name is icon point. should call it icon prefab. I'm going to do that. I'll have to come back to it and change it though. Icon prefab. All right, so we got the visual element. Let's go back into the game for a second. No, I didn't save this. You can stop compiling now. Icon prefab. Perfect. Okay, next. Yeah, that's correct. All right. Move this back in. And max. Okay, so we get the prefab. Now we also need to tell the prefab to be invisible. Icon prefab dot, how do I hide it? These two elements. Icon prefab dot enable self equals false, and icon prefab dot visible equals false. All right, that works for me. An invisible clip. All right, so in this case, I need to instantiate a new copy of the prefab to the same parent. So let's create that. What is this one? Var instance, var local element. Vis element equals instantiate. Can I actually instantiate from here? You know what? I'm going to do a search for this because I've never done this one before. And let's find out what the answer is. All right. Over here, that is Unity UI Toolkit. Instantiate a copy of an element. Cloning. Okay. Why didn't you keep the same logical structure? Like instantiate is reasonable. Okay, cool. So we take the actual instance, the visual element, and we instantiate. That works. So that's icon prefab.instantiate equals icon prefab.instantiate. Doesn't do a thing. Icon prefab is a visual element. Visual tree asset? No. Visual element. There's a lot of ways to get several identical copies of visual elements instantiating the same tree, creating a type, etc. But all those come with a lot of formalities and work. There's a lot of instances where it'd be nice to just take visual element in our hierarchy, clone it a bunch of times, and then be done with it. Okay, that's something else. There's no way to clone a visual element. Okay, what you can do instead is create a new visual element and then set the same USS class. And what about all the child elements and child objects? No. That's false. It's got to be false. Then again, maybe that's exactly the case. But that seems ridiculous. You have a list. You have lists where you can add stuff. Creating a list inside this is entirely reasonable, and you don't want to reconstruct every single thing. This is the first time a request for visual element cloning comes. Really? Okay, visual tree asset clone tree. Yeah, because that's what I want. All right, so now let's do a search for that. Okay, so then in that case, it is doing something with a tree, which I think is what was this one was trying to do. Instantiate from a visual tree asset. How do we get the visual tree asset? So in this case, it's a visual tree asset. All right, I'm going to talk to an AI, see if an AI can solve this one for me now. Unity UI toolkit. I have a visual element I want to clone, including its parent. Can you create, including maintaining its parent? Can you create a function to do that? All right, so what would it look like? In this case, generate T, so that gives us a visual element. That's fine. Inside of here, yeah, whatever. Activator.create instance. In this case, so we're taking the T, we're creating a clone. Clone basic properties. Whoa, this is doing a heck of a lot. Deep clone without parent. This looks so painful. Okay, why does it have to do this many steps? Do they literally not have a prefab system? Like some mentality of a prefab system for this? I'm sorry, but on that case for Unity, I assume this should be like a standard approach that they're doing. Like when they released it, they've already got the whole concept of clone of instantiation and prefabs, and that's well defined and established in the mindset of every Unity developer who's been on it for more than a month. Can you create a function to do that? In this case, so Unity UI toolkit, I have a visual element that I want to clone, including maintaining its parent, and duplicate all the child elements. Does Unity have a way to do that? From what I saw, I can... That one was something on this one, right? Visual tree asset. I'm trying to give it clues to go in the right direction. Okay, from what I saw, I can clone visual tree asset, but I'm not sure how that relates to a visual element or how to use it, how to do so. Okay, give it the direction. Unity doesn't have a single built-in function to clone a live visual element. Does it have a way for creating a structure? Or for creating? Wait a minute. If I create a UI element, I can pass that UI element in. So in other words, the prefab has to be created external. I've done this before. Okay. In that case, then the element that goes inside needs to be its own separate element built separately. So load the visual tree asset. Okay, the visual tree asset, that's basically the UXML. And in this case, I don't have that. So we have visual element prefab. Let's call this one visual tree asset, icon prefab. All right, so we got that one. Now let's save this. We have code in here that's not going to work. I'm going to comment that stuff out, Control K C. And this one, Control K C, there. Return back to Unity. I need to separate that into its own object. And that's how they do the prefabs. It's not really a prefab like instantiating and creating a copy of what's inside of here. So I'm going to copy this, copy. And now I need to go create a new visual element. So we've got UI documents. Let's go create a folder for prefabs. All right, create UI toolkit. Is there something in here that calls it out in specific? No, not that I see. All right, now this one is going to be icon prefab junk map. Junk map should be first. Junk map icon prefab. All right. Now we're going to open this one. Yes, save. And we're going to paste this inside of here. There, it's got it. Now the same information about its absolute position applies. It's got the parent title. It's in there. We understand it. Good. Okay, so now save that. And let's go back over to the other form. That was over in Junk Finder. In this one, we no longer need an icon prefab. Save it. Good. Okay, visual tree element. So I need to be able to add the visual tree element on demand. So I'm not going to do anything there. Okay, so how do I instantiate a new instance of this? Because I don't remember how to do that. Visual tree element, this one. We take that one and we call instantiate. So now we've got the visual tree element. So let's move this back. And icon prefab dot instantiate. That's it. Okay. So now I instantiate. Now, does instantiation have anything about the parent that's supposed to go with it? Binding path? No, just leave it blank. Let's see what happens. Where does this go? So if we add junk, now, so right at the beginning, let's just add junk. We don't use it, so I can send in null. Public add junk, null. Control S. So once we add the junk, we need to continuously update it with wherever its location was. In that case, I need junk element. Okay, we got the junk element right there, so we can grab the transform from that one. Perfect. And stop. Let's return to Unity and play this. Back to the game, scene view. I need the scene to show up now. So over in UI, we're going to add component, not add component. Did I create one? No. Oh, yeah, I did right there. UI junk map. Okay, so we got this one. Now let's give it the parent item. Oh, panel settings, sure, whatever. It's got that visual tree asset there. And now that's going to be junk finder. Okay, now we need the component for junk finder, junk map. Now it wants the UI document, which is this. And it wants the item visible clip. That's an audio clip. What sounds do we have? Do you want something short? And should not be a loop. That was just steps. Echo Hall. No loops. Wind up. Okay. Let's just keep something simple for now. Sure. I don't want to spend forever looking at that. Now, the visual element is not something that's public. Why not? Is it a private field? I made it private, didn't I? Yeah, public. All right, so in this case, I have a junk monitor. Not junk monitor, it was the visual pref tree asset. In this case, it would make sense to have a subclass which contains code that controls and deals with that one. All right, there is the visual tree element, which is going to be this prefab. So icon prefab. Excellent. Junk map, icon prefab. Okay, that one should show up. So let's just do it. Control S and play. And it'll just be somewhere on the screen. Also, it shouldn't show up unless, yeah, it's not here right now. I hit enter. Hey, I hit enter. Great, something died. What died? Signal trigger. The instance of the object, I don't have that system in place. All right, so public, create empty, and this system, what was the system? This was signals. Add signal. Unity Engine has some form of a signal receiver already built in. I don't really want to trust it. Where's my signal system? It's just signal. This is a mono behavior called signal system. Add SIG. I have no signal system showing up inside of here. That tells me I have exceptions flat out in my scripts. Okay. The game is not running. Wait, what is that? Oh yeah, unknown texture. That's the unknown texture. Add component. Where's my signal script located? It's in systems up here, right? Signal. The class can't be abstract. Abstract. This isn't abstract. It inherits from an interface. That doesn't damage this in any way. Try that again. Is it unhappy with the term signal? Is that like a reserved word? I don't remember what it was, but I've faced that issue before. Can't add a script behavior signal. The script class can't be abstract. Can I copy this? Okay. Unity. Is unable to find the public class defined in it. The name is different than the actual file. That's got to be it. Okay, this is called signal system. The file is called signal. Okay, that's easy enough to change. Like, I get why they do that. Their entire system is wrapped around having an identifier for the script, and that's based on the file name, not the type. The file name it can track, so you can copy that to a new folder, and if that happens, they can re-reference it. It's still got the meta files. Well, not if you move it in Visual Studio, but if you move it in the actual environment, signal system. Yeah, nothing else uses that. All right, now back inside of here. Okay. Now we should have signals. That's saved, right? Okay, now it's building. Signal system. Okay, we got our signal system in place now. Saving the scene. Now, which system am I in? Game scene. I'm in the main game scene. Yeah. Okay, now let's try playing again. I should get that UI. I want to remap the F5 key. Set a shortcut that starts the play. Okay, so what I was expecting, no errors down there. Enter. Is that actually showing up? All the elements are invisible. Okay, it's doing what it's supposed to. UI builder and all the items that I had down in the UI over here. Go to this one and expand that out there and no, they're not invisible because I never set them invisible. All these objects should be visible, which means I should have that element showing up inside of my view. Wait, is that what it's going to look like? Oh, it's just got a small icon it creates of this, of what it's supposed to look like. Okay, that's fine. Or a low resolution preview. Scene. UI builder, game. Does it actually show up in there? Do we get the prefab? Let's make that list public. So if I have that list inside of, what is this one, junk map? And then over here we have public class junk monitor, and I set this one to system.serializable. And then the list is also public already. So that one should show up inside of Unity. I should get the list to show up over here in, where is that, junk map? Or junk finder. Okay, junk shows up now. And we got the prefab, so let's hit play. We should get one just because the game starts. We have 0. What do we have? 0. Junk map. During the awake function, we add junk. This creates a junk element. We have to add that junk element to the UI toolkit, don't we? Get rid of that, get rid of that. Hey. Unity UI toolkit. Import a clone. Visual tree asset into a UI document. Add. Okay, that came up with an answer fast. Clone tree, got it. UI document visual root add, got it. So we create the visual element, and now we're going to say I need the root UI element, Control C, and say this one dot add viz element. Good. That should add it. Now let's go back into the game view. Stop. I'll get some complaints and errors down here, so let's clear that out too when it gives it the chance. All right, clear and play. Okay, junk shows 0 items in here now. Let's see if it maintains that. Still has 0 items. Still has 0 items. Okay. We save. That's us loading from the game. Oh, but it's there. Oh, duh! Junk isn't the list of what's showing up there. That I haven't put anything in that one yet. Okay, so we've got the visual element showing up. Good. All right, if it's completely out of view, that's fine. Then we just won't show it at all. All right. Oh yeah, it's not going to matter anyway. We're only going to be able to show it if we have a ray trace lining up with it, and it's within a certain distance. Okay, so we are part of the way here. Now, let's go ahead and add the junk information. So first off, let's go over to junk definition. We've got color on here. Now we've got junk element. Junk element needs to have a reference to this. Public, what do we have? Public junk definition. Okay, that's the only special item that we need on this particular setup, I believe. So Control S. Now we got junk definition, which is red. That's because it hasn't been added to get. All right, highlight color. No, that one's done. And then junk map. Junk map is now going to be responsible for maintaining this information, which will be stored up in junk. Bar monitor equals new junk monitor. All right, items it needs include, what is it? Visual element. What? Oh, it's called UI instance. There. Why wasn't it coming up with the list of what options I can add here? Like there's only a set number of fields I can add. So anyway, UI instance equals visual element. That's what we're looking for. Yeah. Viz element. Let's call it UI. There, it comes up with the explanation of what fields I can add now. Great. So visual element, we need the definition. And that's going to be junk dot. All right, and then junk equals junk. So we now have this item being monitored, and so we can track it. That means that we now need an update statement that's going to show us when and where these are available. So public, private, void awake. No, public void update. Leave that one back up there. For each var, what do we have? Monitor in junk. Let's change this to monitors. We need to add that. So monitors dot add monitor. All right, so for each one of the monitors inside of here, we now need to take a look at the junk and get its position. So junk dot oh, we also need to set what the values are for this. So I do need to get the junk elements like that. UI UI.q visual element name equals, and what's the field type that we're looking for this one? Junk icon and ring. Roll KC. I don't need those items up there because they are individual to each element in this. So now for this one, we get the name junk icon. And this element is going to be an image. All right, and now that we've received that item, we're going to say the image dot, oh, we've already got it, equals. And now I need what? The definition. Junk.definition.icon. Now, UI.q image name equals, and the other one is going to be ring dot image dot color. Okay, maybe it's a root element down here. Dot color, tint color equals, and that's going to be again junk dot definition highlight color. Get rid of these. All right, so we have set up our initial element. We're grabbing and setting the color from this. We're going to get rid of the one where we add our own. Now in the update, we also need to set the position. All right, to get this one, I need to know its position in 2D space. And I believe that there was a utility item to do this one. All right, I don't remember that one. I did a search on it beforehand to try to figure out what it was, but I'll just do that again. Where is this? Come back. So for each monitor, and inside of this one, we need the spacing. Unity UI toolkit, C# get 3D world position, get UI position. Ooh, set position of visual element based on world position. Okay, that's normal. To a specific screen coordinates, no. There we go. Okay, runtime panel. Is this Unity? Looks like it. Runtime panel utils. Okay, let's go take a look at that one. Runtime panel utils. Okay, camera transfer screen to panel. Which command did it use? It used the camera transform world to panel. Okay, and then for the panel, wait a minute. Is this is old. This is no, it's Unity UI toolkit, it says. So how does that compare to the UI document? What is the panel? I guess let's go with a UI document. This .ui document. Okay, I think it might be happy with that. We'll see. All right, world position is now going to be monitor dot junk dot transform dot position, comma, and the camera is going to be camera dot main camera. I was pulling it up from that reference slower. Does this actually look it up? It seems more like the camera would update main if it ever gets changed. All right, then let's just create a reference to that as well. So we are inside of junk map. We're also going to add a public camera, main camera. Sure, we'll go with that one. Since we don't ever change the camera anyway. All right, UI document it's unhappy with. Hmm. Okay, so UI document, camera train. Let's go find the documentation for this. Unity, UI. Element.panel. Oh, okay. Got it. So it is dot runtime panel. Does that work? Oh, I'm not doing anything with it yet. I'm just calling the function. So in this case, what information are we getting in? So we're getting a vector2, var v2 equals, and now inside of this one, I need to use this information. So we're going to say the monitor dot element dot UI instance dot position. Hey, maybe this actually contains that too. So element.style.translate equals, and we set the values. Okay. Dot style dot translate. Translate is acting like a property, a description. Translate is a verb, though. I don't consider that good API. All right, so inside of this one, we got translate, and that's going to be equals new translate, and can I pass in the value that I want? What does it use? Show me. New translate, and it wants the X, Y, and 0. Okay. Translate V, v2.x, comma, v2.y, comma, 0. Doesn't like it. Okay, that's style translate. Is that what it created here? New style translate equals new translate. Okay, there. Then we get the actual values. I'm willing to bet that actually contained what I needed otherwise. No, it didn't. So put that back. They really didn't use vectors for this. That's also another oddity. Like, why? You got rid of instantiation from the way that we typically would have used it. Sort of. I'm okay with the translate or with the instantiate, but this you're using this as a verb as if it were a noun. All right. Bad design usage. Or bad design. Monitor UI style translate equals new translate. That's the same reason I don't like the word count for the count of how many are there. But in this case, it's like, what's the translate of your style? It's like, no, what's the translation of your style? Save. Okay, I think that will work. Now let's set up a few things in here. So first off, UI junk folder needs to know the camera. So where's the camera? UI main camera, right there. Next, I need the junk element. So down here, we've got junk. And this one, we're going to add junk. This is a junk element. It needs to know the definition. We don't have any junk data yet. Oh, we do. So let's just select one. Junk CPU. All right, excellent. Now let's go over to this one and let's select a color of green. Play. All right, so it should be available instantly. We might not be able to see it because it's going to be off screen. Enter. Now, if I start to point towards, there it is. All right. Now, of course, I'm way too far away for that to make sense. What? Why is it showing up way down there? This is, it's got a negative Y. That's got to be the issue. Because this should be showing up directly over where that object is placed. All right, while we're still here, I'm going to pause this and let's go into the scene view. Now, is there something about this element that has multiple locations? I don't want center, I want pivot. No, that's correct. Pivot's on the bottom, so that shows up directly to the object, which means its position should be mapped directly over to this. So if I go back over to the game view, this is down here. That's up there. That's incorrect. Why? We take the translate, we get the panel. Were there two functions here? So let's go to runtime panel utils dot no, not what I'm looking for. So in this case, it is just this one. We want to know panel world position camera. That's its viewpoint from the main camera. Wait a minute, that probably, just double checking, that actually is the camera, right? It's not one of the child objects. Main camera is the camera. So we did get the icon, we did get the color, but the positions don't line up. I shouldn't be able to see this object, the UI should be covering it. Where is the UI in the world? Okay, let's go over to UI Builder for a moment, and now I need the other UI. Chunk Finder. Okay. Like, is this the UI boundary that it's set up? That shouldn't matter. Okay, let's go to the root element, and I want to make sure that this goes to the same scale. We're going to match game view. Thank you. Now, let's, does that change anything in this while it's playing? No, because it's not saved yet anyway. All right, UI Builder, we take this one and save it. Canvas background should be transparent. Yeah, it has no background. Okay. The offset. The offset, it's where the items show up. I'm setting the root element, but the root element is probably offset. So if I go back over to the other child, what is this one, junk? It shows up from here to here, which is about the same offset I was seeing inside the game. So if this were actually moved up to the beginning, let's try that, because here's this one. Now its position is set there. Position, I'm just going to go with 0 and 0. Okay, let's see how that works. Save it. I think that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening. We'll find out in a minute. All right, go back into, oh, that's already there. We're in the right element. That should be saved. And now we go to play. Oh, this is correct. Okay, got it. Now it's directly in my field of view, so now I need to create that bubble of space that it can't touch. There it is. So if I were to go over to the this UI, which for some reason ring was the last item I touched in the code, so it took the name of it. I hate that bug. Wait, why did it go away and then come and not come back when I re-enabled it? All right, whatever. It was there. Something about deactivating and reactivating it screwed it up. Oh, yeah. One other thing. The pause menu. When I hit pause, that menu, that view should disappear. So right now I have this escape and it's gone. Cool. That works. Let's get this saved. Save everything in here. Where's my terminal? I don't have terminal up. All right. The location is, I believe, D for installs, CD exclamation repos. DIR. All right. CD Vigilante. All right. Now get dot. I don't want all that stuff in there. All right. We're going to go to GitHub desktop. And I need to change the location. We're going to locate this over to installs, repos, Vigilante, select folder. Now, what are all the elements that I just added that I don't want in there? Oh, there are items that I want that should be in there. I just don't want the whole thing. Screw it. I'm just going to add the whole thing because this has enough elements I'll be pulling in for now. Okay. Let's see. Basic junk map present does not move out of view. And the other element of this one was added heavy. What did I lose track of? Heavy station kit. That's going to take a while. I'll let that thing do its thing. Let's go back to the code in the meantime, make changes and not save those changes yet. Pull that in. Oh, that one finished. All right, push. I'll let that sit in the background. So it's got everything sitting there committed. That's a 4 gig commit. That's going to take a while. All right, update, monitor, monitors. Now I need to make sure that none of the monitors show up in the center. So how do I determine the center of the screen? Let's do this. debug.log. No, not debug.log. I need continuous information showing up here. So let's go over to this public void, no, public vector to POS. All right, and now in this one, we're going to say POS equals V2. That way I can see the continuous update and I can tell when it's right about halfway. I'm expecting it to go from 0 to 0 to 1080p. And so I should end up somewhere in the middle. But it could be 0 in the middle. All right, back in the game and play. Yeah, there's the position element. And we've only got one item in the scene, so that's going to set it. Start. Okay, that's way off the camera. That's normal. That's what I'm expecting. Now it's in view, but let's get it to about the right point. That's close to middle. What are we? The Y. Okay, yeah, that's the halfway point is straight down. Cool. So stop. Now, how can I get the screen dimension size? So in this case, I want the screen size. Runtime panel utils. Can I get the panel width from the UI document? Like this. Control C. Let's find out. Runtime panel dot style dot panel settings. No. Selectable game object. No. Visual tree element dot style dot size. Okay, let's get the information. Well, for right now, I can just set that information. I know it's locked in, and I'm rescaling it to the 1080p size. So let's do that one. Public vector 3, vector 2, world size, UI size. Equals new vector 2, and that's going to be 1920 comma by 1080. All right, that sets that one. Now I'm going to say the center position. We need center, var center equals 0. No, equals, what is this one? It is the size, UI size, divided by 2. No, times, that's faster, 0.5f. All right, so we multiply that by 0.5f, then we go, what's next? What do we have? It's 240. Oh, messages. Okay, center equals UI size. No. We now have the center position, so now we need to take that vector 2 position and move it away. So I'm going to take this line, Control X, move that to the end, because we're going to be manipulating V2 based on this one. We don't want to let it get any closer to the center. All right, so it should unlikely ever reach the center. If it does get to the center, I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll just push it in some odd way. So can I grab the first one, Control C? Can I get the size out of it? Let's do that one. Target, rename, Got it. Okay, so now we got the target. Now we're going to say var current equals, and that's going to be this dot value dot it literally they created a new XYZ type because X and Y are special in this case. That still feels really weird that they couldn't come up with a way just to use the original one. Why is length so important here? I'm sure it's got some super important value here. Okay, so current, and we're going to get this one. Does it have a 2 vector 3? Dot value. Okay, now can I cast this? Dot 2? No. Okay. Public static void system dot runtime dot compiler services dot what the heck was the function? Why can't I never remember this one? Aggressive inlining is basically what I want. All right, let's just do a search. Control Shift F, aggressive. Okay, method. Oh, I was right. All right, so I was at the right spot. Dot method implementation, and then in this one, it's aggressive inlining. It just didn't look familiar to me. All right, public, and this one is going to be 2 vector 3. And that needs to be, what are we passing into it? We are passing in a translate. I still can't believe they called it translate. Am I like out of touch with the whole design world on this thing? Why is translate considered a noun or treated like one? Why not use translation? Okay. All right, 2 vector 3 translate t, I'll put in value. Now, in this one, we're going to return new vector 3. Vector 2, we'll go with that one. Value dot x comma value dot y. Because it's so much more convenient to get the value out of the x and the y instead of getting the value directly out of x and y. This is... I'm still having a lot of trouble trying to imagine their design philosophy in generating a structure that writes code like this. Again, I'm sure there's something valid to it. It just feels so far off right now. All right, so in size of this one, in this one, I need to get the current, which is, we're going to say 2 vector 2. No. 2, and put the 2 on this side as well. 2. Okay, so now we've got that one. We've got the UI center, and now we need to push it away from the center. So basically just if it's near the center. All right. If, let's do, what is this one? UI document, no. if center equals current, then center, I need the radius, and the radius should basically be in pixels at this point. However, our vectors are in floats. Even though this is work, yeah, so our vectors are in floats, so I need the radius in floats. Public float visible radius from center equals, and in this case we had 1920. I'm going to do 1920 divided by 2, but we also have 1080. So let's go with 1,000. 500. Because that will keep me within the boundaries, at least partially visible, if it's all the way at the top. All right, center equals current dot y minus equals, because 0 is at the top. We're describing how far we go down from the top. Minus equals, and this one is, what is the new value for this one? Visible radius. Okay. Else, in this case, we have a value and it is not outside the boundary. It is not completely overlapping the center. So in this case, we want to make sure its distance is good. So we're going to do a distance check. What is its distance? Let's create a new value here. We've got main camera vector to position. We've got the radius from center. Public float visible radius from center SQ. All right, during the awake equals we get the square value of that one right away. Now I've got a vector 2, so I've got distance. If distance, a vector 2 dot magnitude squared, square magnitude, and now I need the vector, which is going to be which direction? Oh, it technically doesn't matter. So center minus current. Only when I get the normal is that going to matter. Okay, so center minus current is greater than, if it is less than visible radius from center SQ, okay, so in this case, we are within that radius, so I need to push it out. I need to get the normal here. So at this point, I need to say var normal equals, and in this case, it's going to be our current minus center dot normal, normalized. Okay, and now I'm going to say current equals center times, plus vector 2, normal. Normal times, and then this is going to be our visible distance from center. Okay, and now we're no longer going to set it, not center, current. So here I established a current value, we've got the current, and now I need to create the new translate from current. Back to Unity. All right. Oh, what's going on? More messages. Okay, so now play. Oh, I never set the value. The value is at 500. So when it's at the boundaries, it should start to show up around my location. So it's turned so it starts to show up. It's not showing up at all. What's this line that I have? Let's get closer to it so I actually have some control over it. It's all the way up at the 0 corner. What's going on here? I never said the value is always 0. That's the case, isn't it? In this case, we say current equals 2 vector 3, and we get our current position. Why do we need to know our current position? That was for smooth translation, but the fact that the object is moving, the car is moving, that's why it's going to be a smooth operation. It'll be associated with the movement of the car. Okay, or of the camera, anyway. Current, so in this case, we've got target. This one should be current. V, and then comment this one out. Nothing uses target. Yeah, I changed it over to that and then tried for that one and forgot what I was doing. All right, back to code. Stop. It'll get instantiated at the wrong offset anyway. Oh, I don't think that'll matter. Clear this. Play. Okay, there it is. And it's staying outside of the main view. It's indicating that there is something there. Okay, this is exactly what I was hoping for. Very, very close. Okay, so now as I move around, there it is, directly overlapped. Okay, the last part is that I need to draw a line from those two locations, from this one to point it out. And then that system will be done. All right, let's get that system in place. We need a line for this one. We need to draw it based on the location of where it's going to exist in the world. So in this case, I need to convert that value back. In this one, we're updating the positions, but I can also call my draw line from here. So let's see. A line. Drawing dot drawing dot runtime. What's the runtime drawing one? So Control F, Shift F. Let's look for our draw functions because I've used this in here a couple points. All right, draw, a whole bunch of draw stuff. Skip draw, draw gizmos, draw a bunch of things, draw in game. That's what it is, not runtime. Okay, so we've got this here. Draw dot in game dot line And now I need two vector threes and the color. The color needs to be the same color that we're using from the definition. So to get this one, I need the position. So we're going to say var world UI. Okay, time. It's almost 3 o'clock. I need to head out in just a couple of minutes. World UI. UI position equals. All right, and that's going to be our UI size. And there was the runtime panel utils dot screen to panel. No, actually, screen to panel is not a bad one because I could have transferred the other way. All right, so let's do a quick search. This one. Unity, a C# UI toolkit, visual element position to world point. Just a spot in front of the camera. Either that or I want to draw this. Actually, can a line draw in over UI toolkit? They're the specialists here. Let's do that one. Drawing a line. Okay, nothing came up on the initial search. Okay, UI toolkit uses render graph, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Not naturally overlay. This means graphics drawn by a line on a canvas. Hmm. That should cool it down. Option 1, world screen. After the UI toolkit, render phase, steps. Add a second camera. No. There's got to be an easier way to do this. I don't care about that one. Render image. Okay, rendering in world space will be the effective one. So instead then, I need position from world element. Screen position, world position. Okay, distance from camera, perfect. Okay, so in this one, let's move this one over so I can use that. To begin with, we've got it wants a screen position, which we've got. Next, we need the screen point, which is the vector 3, and the distance from the camera. Okay, so var screen point equals new vector 3. And inside of this, we're going to pass in, okay, that's going to be current dot x, comma, current dot y, comma, and this one is going to be distance from camera, which we're just going to put as 10. Okay, now that gives us a screen point. The next thing that we needed was the screen to world point. Okay, so var draw point 2 equals vector 3 equals camera, which I believe I have referenced here. Main camera dot screen to world point. Okay, screen to world point, and it wants the position, which is screen point, comma, nothing else. That should be it, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so we got draw point 2. So now for the drawing of the line, we're going to say vector 3. We need 2 vector 3s, right? A, B, and then color. All right, so that first one is going to be current. No. Where did we get that information from? When we were capturing the rest of the time, we need monitor.junk.transform.position. We're using this one twice. Let's var pos equals monitor.junk.transform.position. All right, get rid of this stuff. Delete. This one's going to be POS. And then down here, we're going to get this one from the POS as well. POS, comma. And which one is this? POS. I also want to adjust those line positions a little bit. All right, whatever. I'll draw the line first, and then I can deal with overlap after. All right, so POS, and then the second one goes to line dot draw point 2, comma, and then the color is going to be from monitor.definition.color. Let's see how well this works. I wonder if this is going to draw a line off the screen. No, it shouldn't. I will need to test this with another piece of junk. Play. Yeah, look at that. It's got a line way out there. That. What? So there it is, but the line's drawing to the opposite. That's trying to draw as close as it can, but it's drawing to the opposite side of the screen. Y coordinate is mirrored. Okay, so inside of this one, we're going to take that and we're going to reverse this. So current.y, I could just take the negative of this one. Let's go to 0. What is the current y? This one needs to be definition UI size. .y minus current.y. Take that, we're reversing it. Stop. I'll lose all of my location events when I do that, if I run this one. Yeah, loads of null refs. And let's also clear that. Okay, I don't have the line crossing. There we go. Excellent. So we got that pointing out that there's the space there. It doesn't interfere with directly where I'm driving. There. And gets out of my way. Hey, it's back there. Go find it. It can completely leave the world. It only corrects that on the sides, though. Awesome. Let's put another piece of junk in here. Let's go over where's our junk. First off, prefabs. Prefabs need to contain the junk. So let's go over to the prefab for this one. Prefab, junk CPU. That one should be in here. It doesn't contain it. All right, let's go over to where we actually contain this one. Junk is over here, and we're going to go override apply all. All right, all that really contained different was this element. So let's go to junk element, copy. And now let's go, what's our size? Our size is 2. So these are pretty small items. And now let's put in a new junk element here. Junk box. And now junk box does not have snap. Hey, get over into junk. It doesn't have snap, so let's add snap. And let's paste in this component. We're going to turn on this one, and we're going to raise it up by 2. What was the other one? 1. We'll try that to begin with, see how it does. All right, and random rotation, because they're junk. I suppose with these ones, it should just automatically collect. So as I pass by them, it should automatically collect them. But then I'm still limited space inside the car. But that doesn't need to be something that matters. We can just collect it, even if the item is like twice the size of the car. Poof, it's in your inventory. All right, time check, 3:10. I've got 5 minutes max. But let's test this one out in the actual scene view. Let's go over to there, turn snap off. Oh, turn snap on. We're going to put this one over here. Now, the only thing I need to fix on this is line of sight and distance. So it shouldn't be updating all that information when the things are too far. And also, the current system for looking up this information is much slower than the systems I'll be using later for the version 2. Oh, the other one doesn't have a definition in there. So let's go back over to junk box. It needs junk box. All right, now let's also go over to junk box, and its color is going to be blue. Sure. Control S, save it, and play. Now this is where I would need narration. So I have a character that comes on the screen who's explaining like, hey, look, I spotted some, I spotted, wait, go back to that area. Okay, so start. Now this is also testing that multiple items show up in this system. They're there, and they're both overlapping each other. Okay, look at that. They will overlap each other when I am, but that's fine. Nice. Yeah, like that one. There's no reasonable way that I would have been able to see that as a player. But now I've got a system that can identify it for me. All right, let's screenshot this one. Turn off gizmos. Save it. Okay, stop the game. Stop this. Save it. Return to the terminal and double check the folder I'm in. D, repo. Perfect. All right, now in this one we need git add dot and then git commit -m position equals, all right, time check 2 minutes. Which one was this? This one, junk finder now points out the objects and stays out of the main view. I should go a little bit more elliptical. Whatever. All right, junk finder now points out the objects and stays out of the main view. Lines display where it finds it is missing distance / raycast checks. I am going to need raycasting in my physics system, so I'm going to have to figure out what I'm going to do for that one. It's another problem to solve in the engine. All right, lines display, but it's only going to be for this. All right, git commit, git push. Git status, git add dot. Good. All right, I'm going to sign out. I'll talk to everyone later. Let's click this one out. Stop streaming.